flourishing tourism, and festivals resonating with chanting mantras. Where life is a joyous celebration, exemplifying India's G20 presidency. G20 India. One Earth, one family, one future.
May I request all the esteemed guests to kindly settle down. Please be seated. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Hey hey. Check. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Check. Hey hey. 1 2 2 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey hey. Hey hey. 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I've been told, we are live on air now, so I'm requesting still those who are standing, please be seated. Thank you.
1, 2, hey, hey.
The Kingdom of Ladakh was formed after the fall of the Tibetan monarchy in 9th century, and for close to 900 years, Ladakh remained an independent kingdom. It is said that the high-priced Pashmina attracted the covetous gaze of Gulab Singh, the ruler of Jammu. In 1834, his general Zorawar Singh invaded Ladakh. Later, Ladakh, together with Baltistan, was incorporated into the newly created state of Jammu and Kashmir. The merger of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh ago was ended with the creation of Ladakh as a separate union territory on the 31st of October 2019. The Union Territory of Ladakh is a thinly populated area spread over 59,000 square kilometers. Ladakh is home to about 3 lakh local inhabitants, making it one of the sparsely populated habitations in the world. In Leh district, inhabitants are predominantly Buddhist of Tibetan ancestry who speak the Tibeto-Burman language or Ladakhi. In the Kargil district to the west, the inhabitants are predominantly Muslims, mostly belonging to the Shia sect of the Islam. Due to the most hilly, tough and barren land, the major portion of population earn their livelihood through small-scale industry.
G20 India. One Earth, one family, one future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra, sir, and other dignitaries on the dais. And may I request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you. May I request you all to please be seated. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, I welcome you all in the inaugural session of Youth-20 Pre-Summit organized here in Leh Ladakh, Union Territory of India, known for its scenic beauty and rich and vibrant culture. We are extremely pleased to have the gracious presence of Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory of Ladakh, Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra, sir. We welcome you, sir, in the program. We welcome respected Shri Tashi Gayal-san, Chief Executive Councillor, Ladakh. We also welcome Honorable Member of Parliament from Leh Ladakh, Shri Jamyang Sering Namgayalji. We have on stage respected Shri Umang Narulaji, Advisor to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir. We have with us Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochanji. On the dais, we also welcome Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, respected Shri Nagarajan Naidu Kakanurji. We have Y20 Chair, Shri Anmol Soviji with us. We also extend a warm welcome to youth delegates from G20 countries and invited countries, representatives and heads of international organizations and regional organizations, members of Y20 Secretariat, senior officials from the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Ministry of External Affairs and Union Territory of Ladakh, Government of India, young leaders, participants, and all other distinguished guests present here. We welcome you all in this special event. Ladies and gentlemen, in India, we have a tradition of lighting a lamp, especially on the auspicious occasions, to seek blessings of Almighty. May I request Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir, to kindly inaugurate the session by lighting the lamp. And I would request all other dignitaries present on the dais to kindly join in.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती
Thank you, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir, and other esteemed guests for lighting the lamp. And may I now request Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, to kindly welcome Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir, by presenting him a khatak. I would request Secretary Ma'am to please present a khatak to Chief Executive Councillor Shri Tashi Gayal Sanji and welcome him on the dais. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Y20 Chair, respected Shri Anmol Soviji, to please welcome Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri J.T. Namgayalji, by presenting him a khatak. I request Shri Anmol Soviji to please felicitate Advisor to Honorable LG Sir, respected Shri Omang Narula ji, with the Khatak. Thank you. May I now call upon Director, Youth Affairs, Government of India, respected Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh ji, to please come onto the stage. And I request him to kindly welcome Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan ji, by presenting her a Khatak. I request Director, Youth Affairs, Shri Pankaj Singh ji, to please felicitate Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, respected Shri Nagaraja Naidu Kakanur ji, by presenting him a Khatak. I request Shri Pankaj ji to please present a Khatak to Y20 Chair, respected Shri Anmol Soviji, and welcome him. Thank you, Pankaj sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to commence today's session, may I invite Y20 Chair, respected Shri Anmol Soviji, for the opening remarks.
Hello everyone, Namaste. I, Anmol Sovit, I would like to welcome you all to land of peace, the land of Swami Vivekanand ji. I would like to welcome you all to the land that promotes non-violence, the land of Mahatma Gandhi ji. I would like to welcome you all to the land that promotes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the land of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. Are you all feeling well? Yeah. Honorable Governor B.D. Misra sir, Honorable Das, and my dear friends and friends from media. As you all know, today we are going to start our pre-summit of Y20 India. India is not just famous for its rich culture, regional diversity, but also for its geographical terrain like Leh. Leh is an important part of India with most wildlife, the highest saltwater lake in the world, and also being the land that celebrates an amazing number of festivals. At this time when India is having the presidency of G20, it showcases the role that India has to play. Friends, I would like to share an amazing fact. You might know, if we separate the population of China, the total population of Indian youth is more than the population of G20 countries. It showcases something, that a youth country with youth motive, a true leadership, is now going to lead and is now leading the G20 countries. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, India is the mother of democracy, forming the foundation DNA of democracy. As the largest and the youngest democracy of the world, India's G20 President,
Respected Shri Nagaraja Naidu Kakanur sir, for the address.
Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh, Madam Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Chief Executive Councillor, Tashi Gyalson, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Namgyal, senior officials from the Ladakh administration, and all the Y20 delegates and friends gathered here, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed an honor to be speaking to you all today in this remarkable year for India, as it steers multiple discussions on vital global issues through its G20 presidency. Deliberations on global issues have already started taking shape within the G20, especially on matters of interest to a young audience like yours through the Y20 engagement group. During India's G20 presidency, the Y20 has rightly identified the future of work, climate change, peace building, health, well-being, and sports as some of its broad priorities. Dear friends, the world is home to 1.8 billion young people, the largest cohort of youth in our planet's young history. Young people are increasingly aware of the challenges and risks presented by the climate crisis and of the opportunity to achieve sustainable development through climate ambition and climate action. The unprecedented mobilization of youth around the world on the issue of climate shows the massive power they possess to hold decision makers like me accountable. Far from being passive victims, young people from all over the world are demanding that governments and other stakeholders, including industry, citizens, and the civil society, take action to address what we call as the triple planetary crisis. The youth are also valuable contributors to climate action. They are agents of change, your entrepreneurs and innovators. Whether through education, science or technology, or through activism, young people are scaling up their efforts and using their skills as well as agency to accelerate climate action. The collective agency of youth is recognized as one of the most significant resources for achieving the 2030 Sustainable Developmental Goals, including combating climate action and its impacts. It is your generation that will be most affected by the policies and the decisions that are made today, but also note that you will also be the next generation of decision makers and global leaders. So as delegates of the Y20, the youth of the world are looking forward to you and to the decisions that you will be making over the next few months within the G20 in the area of climate change. We look forward to hearing your voices. Dear friends, the transition to a green economy, the onset of new technological advances that we see all over the world, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, machine learning, robotics, and the emergence of new ways of working, what we call as the platform of the gig economies. These are not only changing the profile of jobs and career paths, but are also creating new possibilities for generating solutions for social and economic problems in the form of innovation. Yet, those who will lose out on their jobs as a result of these changes may be less equipped to seize the opportunities and may be added to the ranks of the long-term unemployed. How well do countries adapt to such changes will be a major determinant in the achievement of our SDGs and the Agenda 2030. Global dependence on technology means that skills in demand today will not match the jobs of tomorrow. Skills acquisition and lifelong learning will be required for workers to remain agile and employable. Changes in demographics, with growing youth populations in some parts of the world and aging population in others, will place pressures on labor markets and social security systems. Yet, demographic shifts also mean new possibilities to transform more inclusive societies. To manage these transitions, the world needs coherent policies to provide a just transition for workers as existing jobs, working methods, and skills continuously be redefined. Forging a new path requires commitment and action from all stakeholders, particularly from governments and employers, as well as workers' organizations, who will play a key role in devising human-centered policies that will benefit economies and people. India's G20 presidency through the Y20 is seized of some of these challenges, and the future of work and we are committed with all member countries to create a better future for the youth of the world. A future that is equitable, inclusive, and provides opportunities for growth and progress. This requires, again, a multifaceted approach, one that invests in education, creates job opportunities, and empowers youth to actively participate in the decision-making process. Dear friends, young people continue to face significant challenges stemming from globalization, violence, demographic shifts, inequalities, forced displacement, shrinking civic space, changing labor markets, and climate change. This situation is fueling a decline in confidence in political establishments and institutions, and is keenly felt by the young people in two ways. One, a participation gap, a result of which young people find themselves out of the decision-making process. And two, the opportunity gap, which is manifested most clearly by steeply rising youth unemployment. The marginalization of young people foments political distrust and hopelessness, and challenges systems and structures, and adds to national, regional, and global insecurity. When such a cycle takes hold, it is all too easy for certain extremist groups to exploit the frustration and anger of the youth that stems from exclusion. To create a peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous world for all, young people need to be involved, and conditions that enable them to unleash their creative potential needs to be created. Institutions must be inclusive of young people and adequately representative, engage and address their needs and expectations. I hope your deliberations over the next few days on the priority of peace building will make progress, and the Y20 puts forward substantive recommendations in this regard. Dear friends, because youth are a relatively healthy segment of the population, their health needs have generally been overlooked. However, youth is a challenging time of life. Poor health is often caused by the lack of a safe environment, a safe living environment, malnutrition, the risk of infectious diseases, narcotic and psychotropic drug abuse, and unwarranted risk-taking and destructive activity resulting in unintentional injuries. Anxiety, depression, stress, and suicide present disturbing aspects of youth health, especially prevalent in countries that are ravaged by war or other pandemics. Trauma and a lack of social support and services may seriously affect young people and cause lasting harm to their physical and mental health. Encouraging the full participation of youth in the development and promotion of health-related programs and policies would enable them to become agents of change in their communities and positively affect their lives and those of their peers. I hope the Y20 deliberations on the issue of health, well-being, and including sports will be extremely productive. Friends, the theme of India's presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, essentially affirms the value of all life, human, animal, plant, and microorganisms, and their interconnectedness on this planet. It represents a uniquely Indian approach to our G20 presidency of living in harmony with the surrounding ecosystem. The G20 logo and the theme together convey a powerful message of India's G20 presidency, which is striving for just and equitable growth for all in the planet as we navigate through these very turbulent times that we face in a sustainable, holistic, responsible, and inclusive manner. I wish all of you a very productive and successful pre-summit meeting, and I hope all of you are enjoying the warm reception of the people of Ladakh and the hospitality of the state, and enjoying your stay in this beautiful city in Leh. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, respected Shri Nagaraja Naidu Kakanur, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for your remarks. I would now humbly request Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Bochanji, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Jule, Namaste, welcome. Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra, Chief Executive Councillor, Mr. Tashi Gyalsan, MP, Shri Jamyang Sering Namgyalji, Advisor, Shri Umang Narula, Joint Secretary, Shri Nagaraj Naiduji, Anmol Sovitji, friends, it is indeed a privilege to be part of today's pre-summit and to welcome you all for today's function. On behalf of the Department of Youth Affairs, I invite all the delegates to today's summit to enjoy your stay here and to soak in the mesmerizing beauty of Ladakh. This is the valley of the Sindhu River, and it is wonderful that we are sitting here today in the Sindhu Sanskriti Auditorium. The civilization of the Sindhu River is one of the most ancient in the world. The name of our land, India, derives from the Sindhu River. So it is most fitting that a gathering of all you representatives of the G20 nations should convene here. All young people here would be debating themes that are very important for the future of humanity, whether it is the future of work, climate change, peace building and reconciliation, youth in democracy and governance, or health and fitness. Each one of these themes are having an impact on us and will continue to do so. You are the present, you are also the future. Youth today are directly guiding the trajectory of events in India and across the globe in so many ways. Whether it is politics, whether it is business, academia, research, we see that young people are leading from the front. And in India, we see this much more so than any other. India having one of the most youthful populations of all the world. In India, at least 1/3 of chief ministers who lead different state governments became chief ministers in their late 30s or their early 40s. In business, it's the same picture. In India today, just in the last 5 years, we have over 88,000 startups. And India has one of the fastest expanding ecosystems for startups in the world. There's this group called the Hurun Group, which brings out the rich list. And when we look at the rich list, we find that 70% of those who figure over there are first generation entrepreneurs. That is the energy of youth. So as people who are not just passive subjects, but agents of change, it is meet that all of you people should discuss these themes. We look forward very eagerly to hear what you have to say. In the technical session that follows the inaugural session, we will be hearing many young scientists who have many accolades to their name, talking about building robust institutions for better health. One of the themes that this panel would discuss is how to build upon traditional nutrients in our food for greater immunity to disease. Traditional knowledge systems have been very useful throughout the world. We saw this during the devastation of the COVID pandemic. More than anything else, perhaps, I think it's the COVID pandemic which has brought home to us how urgent is the need to come together on such multilateral platforms and find ways to collaborate with each other and to share our knowledge. As human beings, we know that knowledge is life, and an ever-expanding pool of knowledge is so very important to fight this and any future crisis. Knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. In India, we are very willing to share information about what all that we have done. There has been a transformation in this country in the last decade, and we would be very happy to talk about accomplishments and lessons learned. whether it is about the high-value digital public goods that have been built in the last decade or our traditional knowledge systems. On all these 5 themes, we bring a lot to the table. And in fact, all countries bring so much to the table. It is you as part of the Youth-20 engagement groups who can suggest ways and means to share this knowledge that all these countries bring. That is the great task before you. How does one set up robust knowledge sharing systems? And for the first of the themes, Future of Work, Industry 4.0, this is much more important than ever. How do we skill millions of people? One of the various suggestions that is constantly talked about is to add subjects like machine learning and artificial intelligence to school curricula, to college curricula. No doubt, that is a wonderful suggestion. But if we are to do that, then we have to find ways to train millions of teachers in India and across the world. So on this and on all other themes, we look forward very eagerly to what all of you have to say. The beautiful valley of the Sindhu River provides an ideal setting for these discussions. We are very, very grateful to the lay administration for the great support provided by them and for making all of us feel so very comfortable. We are even more grateful to the people of Leh for their immense hospitality. A heartfelt thanks to all of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, for the welcome address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Honorable Member of Parliament, Leh Ladakh, Shri Jamyang Namgyalji, for the address. Sir, please.
Jule, hello, and good morning, everyone. Namaste. Myself, Jamyang Sring Namgyal, elected member of this constituency in Indian Parliament. Dr. B.D. Mishra ji, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory of Ladakh, and all the respected guests on the dais, respected officials, and most importantly, dear Y20 delegates of G20. Representing my people of Ladakh, I'm honored to welcome you all to Ladakh in India, a land of unmatched natural beauty and cultural heritage. Ladakh is a land of peace and tranquility that has been cherished by generations of people for its breathtaking landscape, hospitable people, and unique way of life. Ladakh, as you all know, the land of Lama, the land of Sindhu, the land of Karakoram, the land of snow leopard, the land of black-necked crane, the land of spiritual diversity, the land of coexistence, and the land of the harmonious lives. Ladakh, in particular, is a unique region that embodies the best of both worlds. It is home to the indigenous Ladakhi people who have preserved our rich cultural heritage and way of life for centuries. At the same time, Ladakh has embraced modernity and is a hub of innovation and sustainability, with a growing focus on ecotourism and clean energy through carbon neutrality as envisioned and guided by our most dynamic Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. As we gather here today, let us reflect on the rich history and diversity of India, the mother of democracy, the spirit of Buddha, the land of Gandhi, the land of Acharya Aryabhatta, the first mathematician, astronomers, the land of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the land of Atithi Devo Bhava. India is a land of ancient traditions and modern advancement, where people of different culture, religion, and ethnicities live in harmony and celebrate each other's differences. As we come together as young leader of the G20, let us remember our responsibility to build a more just and sustainable world. Let us work together creating a future where all people can thrive, regardless of their background or circumstances. Let us draw inspiration from Ladakh, the land of peace, and commit ourselves to creating a more peaceful and equitable world for all. Once again, on behalf of my lovely people of Ladakh, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. May your time in Ladakh be meaningful and productive, and may you live with a renewed sense of purpose and commitment to building a better world. Thank you, Tashidelek Jule.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament from Leh Ladakh, Shri Jamyang Namgyalji, for your motivating remarks. And now for the address, may I humbly request Chief Executive Councillor Ladakh, Shri Tashi Gyaltsenji. Sir, please.
Honorable Lieutenant Governor Ladakh, Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra ji, Member of Parliament Ladakh, Jamyang Namgyal ji, Advisor to LG Saab, Narula ji, sorry, I'm not getting the name. Joint Secretary and the Chairman, Y20 Summit, Anmol Sohitji. Distinguished guests, delegates from Y20, G20 countries, the guests present here on the occasion. First of all, I welcome you all on behalf of Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council Leh, on behalf of the people of Ladakh, on behalf of the Union Territory of Ladakh. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, that's the slogan, that's the pledge of the Y20 Summit, G20 Summit, and that should be the global commitment also. Vasudeva Kutumbakam means the whole world is one family. I think nothing can be better than this slogan. I'm sure that we all live by it, and we all will make this slogan a reality for tomorrow. At the onset, I want to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for giving us an opportunity to host G20 Summit here in Ladakh. Ladakh is just a 3 years old, newly created Union Territory. I think Honorable Prime Minister has trusted us and given us an opportunity to showcase what we have in front of the world. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Honorable LG Saab for accepting the challenge and showing his leadership and making it reality. And today, we are actually hosting you all here. I'm sure that you all are having a good stay here. We tried our best. We are a newly created union territory with a minimum infrastructure. But in last 3 years, we tried to make Ladakh to bring at par with the rest of the country. So that was the commitment of the new union territory. And today we all are hosting you. So I'm hopeful that your stay will be comfortable here. And whatever you're discussing here in Ladakh, that should be the meaningful one. And, we should be able to solve something. We should be able to put our 100% commitment for the global resolution and the challenges that we have in future. Environmental concern is the major concern these days for everyone. I think we should be discussing about those issues also. Ladakh is also facing some sort of environmental challenges. As a youth of Ladakh, especially our youth from Ladakh, I think they have also got an opportunity to interact with the international youth. Yesterday, the opening of Ladakh Hut, I think you all must have seen it. Majority of the entrepreneurs are the youth from Ladakh. And they have started now realizing their dream. They have given the opportunity now by the Honorable Prime Minister. It's been 70 years, we struggle for our self-determination. And finally now we have become a union territory. And people are now actually having the opportunity to compete with the rest of the world. So I think whatever possible way that you have, you should be able to interact with our youth also here in Ladakh and try and see what exchange program can be done in future, so that the purpose of the summit will be fulfilled in days to come. We should commit ourselves. We should commit ourselves. That we should pledge that this will not only limit it up to this particular summit. It has to be carried forward, and we have to, put 100% effort to realize the objective of the summit. I'm just thinking that, we should also form G20 youth support organization or associations in futures to come, so that all the youth will come together and work for, supporting those youths who are in distress, who needs help, so that, if the youth gets strengthened, then our future will also get strengthened tomorrow. So I'm very hopeful. You all have a huge responsibility, and your country people also have a huge expectations from you. And this particular summit should be the very, very meaningful one. And, it is, I personally feel that we're a bit late, we should be taking, very fast forward decision. Things are drastically changing. And our commitment should be to fight together as a global citizen. We have many challenges in days to come, especially the environmental challenges, the climate changes that is happening around us. So once again, I welcome you all the delegates, all the youth delegates to the land of Lama, to the land of Ladakh. And I hope that you will have a wonderful stay here. We tried our best, so make yourself more comfortable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, respected Shri Tashige Alsanji, Chief Executive Councillor, for the address. And now for a brief description on 5 identified themes of Youth-20, may I invite on the dais respected Shri Ajay Kashyapji, convener Y20.
Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Lieutenant Governor Dr. B.D. Mishra, Member of Parliament Shri Jamyang Serim Namgyal, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs Shri Nagaraj Naidu, Chief Executive Councillor Shri Tashi Gyalson, Advisor to Honorable LG Shri Umang Narula, Chair Y20 India and my friend Shri Anmol Sovit. A very good morning and namaste to everyone present here. It is indeed an honor for me to place my remarks before you, and I've been told strictly to keep it very brief in my time slot of 15 minutes. And I remember this conversation that I was having with my professor in London while I was studying, and he was telling me what is the essential of a good speech. He said, Ajay, the essential of a good speech should be a great beginning and a great end, and these two should be as close to each other as possible. So I'm going to stick to my time limit for that. When India got the G20 presidency from Indonesia on the 1st of December 2022, the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, said that although it is an opportunity for us, it is also a responsibility. To preside over an international body that works on consensus at a time when we are recovering from COVID, at a time of an unfortunate war in Europe, and at a time when supply lines are so stretched, it is indeed a tremendous responsibility on India. But India is honored. We are honored to think that despite the challenges that confront us, if all members of the G20 came together to a consensus that there is one country that should lead the G20 this year, it should be India. The Prime Minister on this occasion said, and I quote, "With the oldest known traditions of collective decision-making, India contributes to the foundational DNA of democracy. As the mother of democracy, India's national consensus is forged not by diktat, but by blending millions of free voices into one harmonious melody," end quote. We were at the monastery yesterday, and I recollect one of the delegates telling me, he was marbling the timeless civilization of India, and he said, India is a very old country. And I corrected him and said that, and I quoted from our language, Sanskrit, and I said, while we describe India, we said, Nitya Nutan Chirapuratan, that India is ever aging, but we are never old. And hence, India's G20 presidency will use all of India's ancient civilizational wisdom to ensure that this will remain a presidency of harmony, healing, and hope. And we at the Y20 took inspiration from this and came up with the 5 themes on which we'll be deliberating upon from today onwards. The first theme, the future of work, Industry 4.0, innovation and 21st century skills. In this jet-setting age, innovation and access to technology has proven to be a tremendous driver to reduce inequality and ensure economic growth. India, for the past 9 to 10 years, has done exactly this. About a decade ago, India had close to 400 startups. But today, India has over 92,000 startups that are leading the way when we speak of Industry 4.0. From digital payments to digitizing essential functions of the government, India has shown that despite its challenges, it has the capability to set an example for the world in these sectors. And not just this, as we progress into the 21st century with hope and aspiration, we also often talk about new age skills or 21st century skills. Understanding the need to relearn and upskill, the Government of India launched the National Skill Development Mission, and in just over 9 years, the Government of India trained over 22 million Indians who've been given essential skill training, thereby giving them a chance at a better life and a life of dignity. The means to promote entrepreneurship and skill development in India have shown the world even a country with over 1 billion citizens can achieve what some would call impossible. The second theme is climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. India, with its civilizational ethos, has not only worshipped nature and Mother Earth, but also inculcated habits in the daily life of people that only promote sustainable living, which reflects in India's mission lifestyle for environment initiative as well. At a time when all the discussion surrounding us is about climate and emissions, India's Prime Minister announced an ambitious target for India to reach net zero emissions by 2070. As the founding member of the International Solar Alliance, India made sure to send a message that it is here and it is ready to seriously look at renewable energy as a primary source for promoting energy access and transition. India's LPG revolution, which involved providing LPG cylinders to the most vulnerable sections of the society, has proved to be an incredible blessing for the poor and the needy. A recent study indicated that the policy that provided clean cooking fuel reduced household pollution by over 50%, thereby saving lives of hundreds and thousands of women in India every year. The third theme is peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war. As the land of Gandhi and Lord Buddha, India has since times immemorial been a peace-loving country. Even in this day and age, India has advocated for only peaceful means of resolution of any conflict. We are firmly of the opinion that this is most certainly not an era of war. India has maintained that she is ready to facilitate global consensus on not only peace building, but also conflict prevention by taking all stakeholders along in the journey to lasting peace. Whether it is our peacekeeping forces in Africa or the recent unfortunate events in Turkey and Syria, India's help reached in record time, and India did so in the finest of her traditions in believing that world is one family, which is also the theme of India's G20 presidency. The fourth theme is shared future, youth in democracy and governance. We firmly believe that youth are equal stakeholders in a country's journey towards development and growth. India is the mother of democracy, with mentions of democratic processes from at least 2000 to 3000 BC, and today we stand proudly as the largest democracy in the world. And this participation of youth is possible through involvement of young people in policy making, administration, and also politics. In just the past 9 years, the average age of Indian members of parliament has gone down notably, and most importantly, the average age of women MPs in India today is 6 years lesser than those of men MPs, which in itself is a remarkable achievement of the Indian democratic setup. The use of digital means for voter awareness has also made sure that the voting percentage increases significantly among the young people. And in this theme, we'd like to see how best the G20 members can collaborate to share their experience in ensuring participation of young people in policy making, politics, and governance. Finally, we come to the fifth theme, which is health, well-being, and sports, agenda for youth. The COVID pandemic showed that health is the most important asset that humans can have, and that we must do everything to protect that. While communicable diseases are on the rise in various parts of the world, it becomes imperative that we as a community work towards affordable and quality healthcare for all. At a time when the world was grappling with the worst health crisis in a century, and when some countries decided to hoard life-saving vaccines, it was India that came forward and provided COVID vaccines to over 100 countries at a time of their greatest peril. I recollect my conversation before India started giving the COVID vaccines with a friend of mine from Ghana, and we have some mutual friends here as well. And she told me, Ajay, I want to thank you for vaccines. And I asked her, why are you thanking? We've not yet started exporting vaccines. And she said, it's not for COVID, but I want to thank you for the yellow fever vaccines that are manufactured in India and given to Africa at a subsidized cost, thereby saving hundreds of lives every single day. As an ancient civilization, India is home to traditional means of medical treatment and practices as well. Yoga as a means to good health that connects the body with the soul is India's gift to the world. Similarly is Ayurveda. Just recently, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga, narrated an incident that his daughter suffered from low eyesight. She was given treatment across the world, in the West, in the Middle East, in the best possible medical facilities, but unfortunately to no avail. It was then that someone suggested that she should take up Ayurveda. And she came to South India in a small district in Kerala. And believe you me, Rosemary Odinga, the daughter, regained her eyesight and thanked Ayurveda for this recovery. Hence, There is an extraordinary wealth of knowledge that India can give to the world, and India will, as we consider the world as one family, living together for one future. India, as it has been in the past and shall continue to remain a solution provider for all of the world's problems. With this, I come to the end of my speech, and I wish all the delegates the very best for the negotiations. I am certain that through these negotiations and deliberations, we will strive to achieve the much-needed consensus and show the world that today's youth is indeed working for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Ajay Kashyapji, convener Y20, for throwing light on 5 themes of Youth-20. And ladies and gentlemen, as Ajay Kashyapji just mentioned, one of the Y20 theme is climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. On this theme, in the run-up events to the Y20 Pre-Summit, a sustainable campus challenge was organized by Department of Higher Education, UT Ladakh, to promote sustainability on educational campus. We had discussions, debates, interactions on various topics like energy conservation, waste reduction, sustainable food and transportation, water conservation, and biodiversity preservation. We received a total of 52 entries for the proposed project, which were evaluated by certain criteria. And on the basis of that, we have finalized the list of students, or shall I say awardees, for the Sustainable Campus Challenge 2023. First position and the beautiful winner's trophy goes to the team from Government Degree College, Kargil, for the proposed project, Recycle, Reduce and Reuse Stationary Waste Management System in college. The award also carries a cash prize of Rs 15,000 and a certificate. To receive the award, may I call upon stage the team members, Ms. Farzana, Saida Banu, Asiya Batul, and Ms. Kanis Fatima. And may I humbly request Honorable LG Sir to kindly present a trophy to the winners, please. I would like to share about the trophy, ladies and gentlemen. This trophy is basically a piece of art that has been crafted using about 6 kilograms of copper and iron waste and takes its inspiration from the sturdy juniper tree known as Shukupa in Ladakh. And the artist, sculptor Sering Gurmit Kungyam is also here with us. He's a renowned artist who has received the State Award for 2021. It's quite heavy, actually. Thank you, sir. For the second position, there is a tie. First, we would like to mention Zulfikar Ali of EGM College, Leh, for his project titled From Waste to Wows, Building a Greener and Happier Campus Through Waste to Value Solution. He couldn't make it to be here, actually. So on his behalf, his mother, Ms. Ruqayya Bano, will receive the certificate from Honorable LG Sir. Ms. Ruqayya Bano ji, please come onto the dais. Thank you, sir. So as I said, second position, there's a tie basically. So next we have Murtaza Ali from IITI Kargil for his project Waste Reduction in Bottligation. This term, actually he has evolved this term, Bottligation. And on his behalf, Additional Secretary, Higher Education Department, Mr. Imtiaz Kachu will come and he'll receive the certificate. And I must tell you, the second prize carries a cash award of Rs 10,000 and a certificate. Thank you, sir. Third position, ladies and gentlemen, is backed by a team of 4 girls from University of Ladakh for their proposal, promoting sustainable behavior through vermicomposting, a campus initiative. Since these girls are writing their exams, so on their behalf, Vice Chancellor, Professor S.K. Mehta from University of Ladakh will receive the certificate. Sir, may I request you to please come onto the dais? Vice Chancellor, University of Ladakh, Professor S.K. Mehta. And the third prize carries a cash amount of rupees 5,000. Thank you, LG sir. And I would like to share with you, we have two more categories. Thank you, sir. This is it. Thank you so much. And this is certificate of commendation for 4th and 5th position. 4th position goes to Ghulam Mehdi, Mumtaz Ali, Manzoor Hussain, and Najuma Fazilat of GDC Kargil for the proposal titled Peltier Module for Warm Classrooms and Offices. And 5th position is backed by Riaz Ahmed of Kargil Campus, University of Ladakh, for his proposal, Clean Water, Renewable Energy, Solar Distillation for Wastewater Management. Under special mention, the committee has selected a team from ITI Leh for the proposal, Heating Building by the Reflection of Sun Rays. So heartiest congratulations to all the winners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir, and other dignitaries will felicitate head of delegations from G20 countries. It's basically a souvenir gift from the administration of Ladakh. And first, I would request to come up on stage Maria Dadamiu from Argentina. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage? Our Honorable LG sir will felicitate the heads of the G20 countries. So first, we're inviting on the dais Maria Dadamiu from Argentina. Yeah, please ma'am, come onto the stage. Honorable LG sir is presenting a gift from the administration of Ladakh. Next we have Max Kwok from Australia. Welcome to the stage. May I invite Mr. Rodrigo from Brazil? Next, we invite Christina Coyote from Canada. From European Union, we have Helium Hederman. May I now invite Apinaya Othaya Kumar from France. From India, we have Falet Sajaria. Next, we have from Indonesia, Lakshmana Shakti. May I invite Allegra Ianiri from Italy. From Japan, we have Kita Uno. May I invite on stage Carla Guerra from Mexico? We have Tae-Jin Kwon from Republic of Korea. May I now invite Gleb Ivanov from Russia? We have Miss Jessica from South Africa. From United Kingdom, we have Ritvit Singh. From United States of America, we have Cynthia Yue. And finally, from Germany, we have Isabel Steeds. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now sincerely request Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory of Ladakh, Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra, sir. Sir, kindly grace us with your kind words. Please, sir.
Advocate Tashi Gyalsan, CEC, LAHDC Le, Shri Jamyang Sering Namgyal, Member Parliament Lok Sabha, Shri Umang Narola, IAS Advisor to Governor, Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Secretary, Department Youth Services and Sports, Government of India, Sri Anmol Soviet, Y20 Chair, Sri Nagaraj Naidu, Kakanur, Joint Secretary, MEA, Executive Councillors, Y20 Delegates, UT Administration, Civil Officers, and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me commence my talk by wishing each and every one of you here a very hearty July and warm greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be presumptuous on my part to preach or sermonize the youth here. I take it and I'm convinced that our youth, they are intelligent, they are committed, they are focused, and they know their way ahead. And I'm very positive that each and every one, the youth here, who have come as delegates. They are the future leaders of their country because they have potential in them. And therefore, I'm going to talk to you about your visit to our place and also the spirit behind this visit and this summit Y20 meeting and your arrival here. First of all, on behalf of the people of Ladakh, I welcome our esteemed Y20 delegates here in Leh. I also welcome you on my own behalf, being the elder of the Ladakhi family. I also have great pleasure to welcome you here at the highest meeting point which in India the delegates of G20 or Y20 had. We are meeting here at an altitude of almost 11,000 feet above the mean sea level. For us in India, Atith Devo Bhav, that is the dictum. And this has been so strong an expression that it has been mentioned by my previous speakers, one after the other. And it means that our guests are like our gods. And on that laudable note also, I welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, this great opportunity of welcoming the Y20, G20 delegates all over the country, all over India, in various cities, in various places, various districts. It has become possible only and only on account of the vision, wisdom, and magnanimity of our leader, Sri Narendra Modi ji, our Prime Minister. His sublime thought of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which again has been said by our previous speakers, that the whole world is one family. It is the propelling force behind all this program, which is G20. And his vision of one earth, one family, one future. Now, these are very laudable words. And these words are unparalleled in the history of the efforts ever made for the mutual cooperation and integration of the mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, we in India, we have a civilization of more than 5,000 years. And the dictum which our leader, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, he emulates, that comes from Rig Veda, which was written about 6,000 years back. And it is, and I quote, Ano Bhadra Krito Yantu Vishuto Dadmasau Aparitasa Udvida Devanu Yatha Sadvrit Vidha Asanna Prayo Rakshitaro Dvedve. It means that the entire world, from any and every corner of the world, only good news should come. There should be no bad news from anywhere. And this good body, which the Almighty God has given us, let it be protected by Him every day, every day. Now, that is the idea which our Prime Minister emulates. And this entire program of G20, Y20, it is a result of that thinking of his. Ladies and gentlemen, it is due to the vision, as I mentioned, and his imagination, Prime Minister's imagination, that we have got an opportunity to meet you here to welcome you here and also to learn from you about your place, about your culture, about your social milieu, and also your different traditions and different leanings. And that is an education for us. As far as our country is concerned, we in India, we are taking this program with great joy, with great pleasure, and with great pride. Anywhere, everywhere you are going, the welcome for you is visible and it is tremendous. Now, as far as India is concerned, your visit is not only welcome, but it is beneficial also for the entire nation of ours, for everyone in our country, be it on the plane of social interaction, economic activities, emotional plane, or ceremonial occasion. On all these planes, it is very welcome and we are very happy. Entire India is very happy. Now, as far as your visit to Ladakh is concerned, I would have loved to take you to each and every spot in Ladakh, which is so good. But time and space constant, it does not allow us to do so. And therefore, for your familiarization with Ladakh, I have Ladakh, the place, the people, the life of people, and also the prospects. I have collected some pictures which I want to show you for familiarization purposes. Now, this is enchanting moonland. See the beauty of Ladakh in moonlit night, where the mountains shine as a rock of gold. Next. Taking care of our children. Ladies and gentlemen, Anganwadi or courtyard shelters for toddlers in Ladakh play a crucial role in providing nutrition, education, and health care to children under 6 and lactating mothers. These centers have helped improve the overall health and well-being of the children and empowering our women. Now, look at the women empowerment initiatives. Ensuring empowerment of our women has been one of the focus area of ours in Ladakh. Our women are excelling in preserving Ladakh's culture and heritage, and they have demonstrated self-help groups who work on handloom and handicraft. We support them with training, finance, technical assistance, and market accesses. In tourism, education, healthcare, also our women are playing vital role and participating in Ladakh's development. Empowerment through skill development initiatives. We aim to promote traditional handloom, handicrafts, and also modern skills like solar technician training, electrician, plumbers, digital skills to support sustainable development and open up avenues for self-employment for the people. Now here, you see the Ladakh's entrepreneurship development initiative. It is to create employment opportunity for local startups and preserve the region's culture and tradition. Now, ladies and gentlemen, see the GI tagged finest Pashmina wool, and it is the best in the world. Ladakhi Pashmina is precious wool crafted into finished products by skilled artisans using traditional looms. It is benefiting the Pashmina goat keepers, artisans, young entrepreneurs, and the overall economy of our state, Ladakh. World famous Ladakhi wood carving. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a traditional craft passed down from generation to generation. These features have intricate designs reflecting the region's unique traditions and culture. Its geographical indication tagging protects authenticity and tradition knowledge. My government supports their training and collaborates to create sustainable employment opportunities for artisans. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladakh has the world's sweetest apricot. Ladakh's apricots are an integral part of the region's horticulture heritage. It has many varieties. Rakse, Karpo, and Halman varieties of Ladakh apricot have gained recognition for its exceptional taste. I am happy to share that we have started exporting these apricots to places like Dubai, Vietnam, and Singapore. Gaining the GI tagging has improved visibility and marketability of Ladakh's apricot products. See buckthorn or leh berry, the powerful super berry. It is, ladies and gentlemen, it is a rare berry which grows in the wild in Ladakh. It has high nutritional and medical values with rich vitamin C content. Our young local entrepreneurs have set up processing units for products made of this remarkable berry, such as juice, jams, oil, and above all, a wide range of cosmetics. Ice hockey. Our ice hockey team is the matter of a great pride for us. They have been performing remarkably well in national and international tournaments. This sport has given Ladakh a chance to prove its unique identity in the world, as you will see in the next one here. Our winter sports. In addition to ice hockey, Ladakh has a huge potential for other winter sport activities like ice climbing, ice skating, skiing, and the frozen lake marathon, which takes place at the scenic Pagong Lake. This marathon race has been included in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the first of its kind at such an altitude. Please see this polo on the top of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, polo in Ladakh has a distinct style with players wearing traditional attire and riding horses that are unique to the region. Polo tournaments are organized throughout the region of Ladakh. I would like to make a special mention of our polo ground in Dras. It is at an altitude of about 10,000 feet above the mean sea level. India is leading the way in carbon neutral initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to say that the carbon neutral Ladakh vision is a flagship of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. It aims at reducing the carbon footprint of Ladakh. The region's unique geography and abundant sunlight make it an ideal location for solar power generation. By adopting a sustainable and eco-friendly approach to development, Ladakh is setting an example for the world in the field of carbon neutral initiative. Towards carbon neutrality through electric vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope your electric bus ride in Ladakh, I'm talking about delegates, your electric ride in Ladakh was pleasant and comfortable. The vehicles which you use for your travel around the town and its suburbs were a part of our electric vehicle initiative in Ladakh. This is a key component of the region's carbon neutral vision. To encourage the adoption of e-vehicles, we are providing our citizens with 20 to 50% subsidy, which is the maximum among all states in India for the purchase of these vehicles. Our defense forces contribute to carbon neutrality. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst all the armies of the world, the Indian Armed Forces in Ladakh are the best partners in carbon neutrality programs. They are helping Ladakh move closer to achieve carbon neutrality. Mission Organic Development Initiative. Ladakh's greenhouse projects address food security and economic challenges by constructing modern, energy-efficient greenhouses that utilizes passive solar heating techniques for year-round cultivation. The project generates income and employment opportunities for farmers and local youth, showcasing sustainable development that addresses Ladakh's economic challenge. Jal Jeevan Mission at sub-zero temperature. It is remarkable to see the progress made in providing functional household tap water all year round in Ladakh. Please note the water pipe insulation at the left top from snow and ice, which enables the tap to run when water freezes in Ladakh in peak winter months. Homestay, boosting the village economy. See the beautiful homestay atmosphere here, the provisions. Promoting homestay in Ladakh is a unique initiative. Homestays are not only providing a memorable experience for travelers, but have also helped economically the local families. Incredible apricot blossom. Ladakh's apricot blossom is an ever memorable sight with its white flowers covering the entire landscape in early spring. It not only adds to the scenic beauty of the region, but also plays a vital role in the local economy, as apricot is our major cash crop. Unfortunately, the blossoms are now over. Otherwise, you would have enjoyed the visual extravaganza of your heart's content. Hanle, India's first dark sky sanctuary, a lifetime experience, a center for astro-tourism in Ladakh. Hanle Dark Sky Sanctuary in Ladakh is the first dark sky sanctuary of India. It preserves the pristine night sky of the region with some of the clearest and darkest skies in the world. The sanctuary not only showcases Ladakh's dedication to sustainable tourism and preserving its natural heritage, but also helps reduce the carbon footprint by promoting eco-friendly practices. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to assert that our borders are well guarded. Indian Army in Ladakh ensures safety and security of the nation. They also very effectively protect India's territorial integrity. Our army also engages in many people's welfare initiatives through Sadbhavana missions. They promote development and trust building among the locals, which includes infrastructure, healthcare, education, professional training of youth, and promotes the region's growth. I salute the Indian Army for their courage, commitment, spirit to sacrifice in protecting the sovereignty of our motherland, India, that is Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, Julay, Jai Hind, Jai Ladakh. Ladies and gentlemen, we the people of Ladakh wish you glorious future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir, for your remarks, for your enlightening words. And ladies and gentlemen, after heads of G20 countries, now our Honorable LG Sir will felicitate heads of invited organizations and guest countries. So I would first like to invite on stage, and we have Mr. Zabia from Spain. I would request LG Sir to kindly felicitate the head, sir, please. Our Honorable LG Sir will felicitate with Khatak. Mr. Zabia from Spain. We have Mr. Marwan from Nigeria. I request LG Sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Marwan from Nigeria with the Khatak. We have Daniela from OECD. May I now invite Amira Bilkis from ASEAN. We have Sharonis from African Union. Abdul Shakir from Oman. And Nabila from Singapore. Thank you, Honorable LG Sir, for doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to express words of thanks, may I invite Director, Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, respected Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji.
Brigadier Dr. B.D. Mishra, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Indian Territory of Ladakh, Shri Tyasi Gyalsan, Honorable Chief Executive Councillor, LAHDC, Leh, Shri Jamyag Shering Namgyal, Honorable Member of Parliament, Ladakh, Shri Umang Narula, Advisor to Honorable LG, Ladakh, Shrimati Mita Rajiv Lochan, Secretary Youth Affairs, Government of India, Shri Nagraj Naidu Kaknur, Joint Secretary MEA, Shri Ramesh Babu, Joint Secretary MEA, Shri Anmol Chauvit, Y20 Chair, respected councillors, the Press Information Bureau, Mr. Manish Gautam and the team, young delegates from G20 countries, guest countries, and international organizations, young professionals and entrepreneurs from Ladakh, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Jule, namaste, and a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a matter of great honor and privilege for me to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you for sparing your valuable time here today for this interaction with the youth delegations from G20 countries. The arrangements made by the Leh administration are truly exceptional, and all the delegates enjoyed the visit to various places, showcasing the rich culture and heritage of this beautiful place. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Lieutenant Governor for his constant guidance and support in organizing the Youth-20 Pre-Summit at Leh, Ladakh. His energy and zeal has motivated all of us in putting our best efforts in making this pre-summit a success. I am grateful to Sri Tashi Gelson, Chief Executive Counselor, for his valuable support in organizing the Youth-20 Pre-Summit at Leh. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Sri Jamyak Shering Namgyal, Honorable Member of Parliament Ladakh, for his constant support in organizing the Y20 Pre-Summit. I would also like to thank Shri Umang Narula sir, advisor to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, under whose guidance and constant motivation this Y20 Pre-Summit could be organized. I would like to thank Srimati Mita Rajiv Lochan, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, for her constant guidance and support in organizing the Youth-20 Pre-Summit at Leh. I thank her for her valuable observations and supervision in planning and executing various tasks related to organizing this pre-summit. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Shri Nagaraj Naidu Kaknur, Joint Secretary MEA, for his valuable inputs at various stages in planning this pre-summit and executing all those tasks which were related to this Y20 pre-summit. I would like to thank Shri Ramesh Babu, Joint Secretary MEA, for his constant support and guidance in organizing the Y20 pre-summit. I would like to mention that there were certain logistical challenges at the very last moment when before the inaugural and before the arrival of the delegates, for which Shri Ramesh Babu and his team played an active role in tackling all those challenges. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. I would like to thank the respected councillors and other senior officers and dignitaries for their support in organizing the Y20 Summit. I would like to mention the names of Shri Sanjeev Khirwar, Principal Secretary, the ADG, Ladakh Police, Shri Satish Khandare, Sir, Shri Shogat Biswas, the Divisional Commissioner, Shri Shrikant Suse, the DC, all the secretaries of the departments, of all the HODs, the police department especially, and all other officials of the local administration. My thanks are also due to Shri Anmol Chaubey, Y20 Chair, for his and his team, the Y20 Secretariat, for their active participation in organizing this youth summit. I'd also like to convey our sincere thanks to all the officers of the Ministry of External Affairs, officers from my ministry, the officials from the Union Territory of Ladakh, friends from media who have been of great support in organizing first such kind of event in Leh. I would also like to thank the event management company for making all the arrangements for successfully organizing this pre-summit. Last but not the least, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the agencies and officials present here today for their help in making this event a grand success. I hope that the stay of our friends in India will be interesting and a good learning experience for all of them. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, respected Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, for the closing remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you so much. And with this, we would like to thank Honorable Lieutenant Governor, sir, and all other dignitaries on the days. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. And ladies and gentlemen, a humble request to all of you. I mean, for all the foreign delegates and our senior officials from the ministries, because please join us for the group photograph at the MP Theatre, which is just at the back of this auditorium. And that would be followed by high tea, which we have organized in the pre-function area. And I would like to share with you that after this tea break, we'll have a session on health and well-being, the Indian perspective, by Indian National Young Academy of Science, New Delhi. So hope to see you there. Thank you for now. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Everyone, please get settled. We are going to start the session soon. Everyone, please get settled as quickly as possible. Everyone, please get settled. We are starting now. Okay. Okay, so let's start. Good afternoon, everyone, all present in the hall. After having excellent speeches in the inaugural session, we welcome all delegates from different countries to this particular session to discuss one of the important themes on health and well-being. My name is Rajendra Dhaka. I am currently working as an associate professor in the physics department of IIT Delhi. I am also chairing Indian National Young Academy of Science, New Delhi. I will be moderating this session along with my INEAS colleague, Dr. Saranjit Dhawan from University of Ladakh. So let me start this session by thanking Ministry of Youth Affairs for giving this opportunity to INEAS to organize this particular session on health and well-being, the Indian perspective, under Y20 umbrella of G20 presidency. First, let me very briefly tell you about INEAS. INEAS stands for Indian National Young Academy of Science, which is only the recognized academy in India for young scientists and by young scientists. INEAS was founded by INSA in 2014, and most of our activities are financially supported by INSA. So in that sense, we are part of INSA, Indian National Science Academy. Currently, INEAS is having a group of 100+ young independent faculty members from different institutes like IITs, IJARs, central and state universities, institutes of CSIR, DAE, DRDO, etc. Our membership is only for 5 years, so that means every year we select around 25 new members and around the same number become alumni. So INEAS will always have a group of young and dynamic members. In INEAS, our vision is to promote science education and outreach, networking, and support young scientists for different challenges faced by them, as well as building scientific temperament across the country. We also contribute to different policy documents for empowering young scientists. INEAS is providing us a great platform for all young scientists of the country, not only INEAS members, to learn from each other, work together, and more importantly, contribute back to the society in different ways. Coming to the theme of this particular session, first thing is to make the society aware about the health and diseases where youth plays an important role. More importantly, young researchers are working in different areas of science, engineering, and developing technology to provide innovative and cost-effective solutions for various challenges faced by the society in healthcare sectors. I also want to highlight how INEAS contributed towards human health and societal well-being during the COVID time in India. Among various initiatives, the important ones include creating awareness about COVID-19 vaccine, organizing pan-India infographic video and audio competition, developing COVAC News mobile app, conducting Gyan Tika webinar series in collaboration with our parent academy INSA, and also releasing the document Myth and Facts about Vaccine in 11 different local languages. So in these lines, and talking about health and well-being, we as Indians, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, are campaigning the virtue of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means one earth, one family, one future. And we add one health for this particular session as its message in G20 presidency, where one of the central focuses is on universal health care and well-being. The central message of first three SDGs is that all people should have access to the quality health service without too much of financial burden on them. Of course, India has taken the lead in striving all equitable access to healthcare, and India's young talent pool, one of the largest and most diverse in the world, as it was mentioned in the inaugural session as well, has significant potential to contribute to the global research and innovation to make India's healthcare system robust and economically affordable. Of course, under health and well-being, there are many key issues that need to be addressed collectively, and with proper support, investment, and opportunities, young researchers, entrepreneurs, and innovators can play a very important role to find the sustainable solutions by discovering new science and developing new technology. I am very happy to share that Government of India has launched several key health innovation missions to support next generation digital healthcare in the age of big data and genomics. In fact, our top-notch universities and institutions that offer world-class training in STEM fields have established strong collaboration in interdisciplinary research with many international partners. We strongly believe in holistic approach, and I'm sure all of you would agree that collaboration and cooperation between the academic organizations, research institutions, and development partners of different countries by sharing resources, data, expertise can reduce the cost and facilitate the development and implementation of better healthcare system and better policy approach for the society, including the rural areas. In the recent time, we all agree that our lifestyle is becoming so fast that we are having almost no time to take care of our physical health and timely checkups. Another important thing is the food quality. The food quality is very important for healthiness, and many of us, or maybe most of us, even are not aware about proper nutrition. For example, as we all know, UN declared to celebrate 2023 as International Year of Millets, where the awareness on the remarkable nutrient profile of millets as well as their variety of health benefits will be highlighted by conducting several events. Another important factor is mental health, and of course that includes societal, emotional, and psychological well-being of an individual. In the modern life, competitiveness, rising job insecurities, emotional pressure, and social disconnect, particularly during the COVID time, has pushed the population of all age groups, and mainly the youth, into chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. There are many initiatives focusing on youth health in India, which are very successful, like Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram and India's Youth Health Program. Also in recent time, digital health has emerged as a transformative tool for healthcare delivery, not only in India, but across the globe. It holds the potential to enhance access to healthcare services, improve efficiency, augment patient outcome, and reduce the cost. Therefore, digital health has become a critical area of focus for healthcare providers, policymakers, as well as technology companies. We should also note that the traditional medicine, also it was mentioned during the inaugural session, is an important part of healthcare in India and globally, where systems such as Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy are being widely used. While the integration of traditional medicine into the mainstream healthcare remains a challenge, government and organizations are taking many steps to promote and develop traditional medicine systems. The WHO, we all know that, recognize the importance of traditional medicine and has developed guidelines to support its use and integration into national healthcare systems. Ayurveda, the most widely used system in traditional Indian medicine, emphasizes holistic medicine, which takes the body, mind, and spirit as a whole. It is based on the principle that human beings achieve physical, mental, and emotional health through harmonious coexistence with nature. So to discuss some of these issues, points related to health and well-being, and more importantly, how young researchers of India are contributing to develop the technology for providing possible solutions, we have 6 speakers in the panel to talk on their areas of expertise and Indian perspective. We hope to have a very useful discussion in the session, comments, suggestions from all delegates, all participants for possible recommendations, as well as to contribute to the health policy reforms. So let me briefly introduce my panel speakers. Professor Pradeep is head of the Department of Epidemiology at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in Bangalore. Dr. Pankaj Bara is an assistant professor in the Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology at the Tezpur Central University in Assam. Dr. Kalpana Nagpal is working as an associate professor of pharmacy at Amity University in Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Dheeraj Bhatia is an assistant professor in biological engineering at IIT Gandhinagar. Dr. Rigjin Samnala is working as an assistant professor at National Institute of SOA Rigpa in Leh. And Dr. Salini Arya is working as an associate professor in Food Engineering and Technology Department at the Institute of Chemical Technology in Mumbai. So I request all my fellow colleagues to speak initially about 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will have question-answer session to have more interaction and discussion among all of us. Thank you. So I request Dr. Pradeep to start.
Good afternoon, friends. We have strategically placed this session before lunch. Main reason, I suppose, is all of us are very well-trained teachers. We are very well-trained in creating awareness, and at the same time, we are very experienced in putting many people to sleep. So, at least the hunger should keep you awake, and we are all cognizant that it should not make you violent as well. So keeping that in mind, we all try to keep things very short and sweet, and then see how we get along with the question-answer sessions. At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Youth Affairs and the Government of India for giving us this opportunity. So friends, in this 5 to 7 minutes of my talk, I will be talking about a 10-year journey of organizing and implementing a youth mental health promotion program and casting a psychological safety net for youth across the state of Karnataka, which is a state in South India. So health by definition is, as you all of you know, a state of complete physical, social, mental, spiritual well-being. And it is not just merely absence of disease or infirmity. So absence of disease doesn't mean we are in complete health. Even some kind of discomfort or infirmity, meaning not feeling at ease, is also not health. Youth as a characteristic, they are at a prime of their health. They are at the zenith of their health. And if an individual is taken into consideration throughout his life, youth is the period when they are at the zenith of their health. From then on, we kind of go down and start getting diseases over time. Ideally, it should happen as a phenomenon of aging. But in these days, the problem of nutrition, food, technology, many more things, civilization, disintegration of natural family systems, many such things have contributed to earlier onset of disease. And all these actually start their onset during youth if they are not taken care of. What we call the health at youth is actually positive health. As individuals and as a system, we need to maintain that positive health throughout. That is called health promotion. So when you look at definition of health, there is no health without mental health. So even things like substance use, smoking, alcoholism, technology, all these starts during youth generally or usually. That is when we get into all these habits. That is when there is a period of transition from adolescence or childhood to adulthood. The smoother the transition with positive health, the better the adulthood. Any small amount of issue during youth can become a big problem, especially mental health problems over time. So what did we do? We looked at what are all the different programs which are available. What are all the programs which are available for youth specifically across the globe? To our surprise, 10 years back, youth programs looking at health promotion, forget mental health promotion, health promotion, specifically youth, those who are between 15 to 30 years of age. There is no such program anywhere in the world. That was the situation back in 2013. Okay, we as an institute of national importance, I come from an institute which is focused on mental health and neurological and substance use disorders. We wanted to start a program which is focused on youth. What health program do you start for youth who are at the prime of their health? No disease. What do? We started this mental health promotion program. Why? As I told you, disease onset happens during youth. Disease occurs, or the pathogenesis, what we call, the programming for disease occurrence in adulthood happens during youth. That is why we started looking at youth mental health promotion. And that is when we started this program called Y20. Y20 literally means responding to youth. All we needed was to maintain that positive mental health. So what did we do? We looked at different issues of youth. Not many literature says what are the issues of youth. They either cite substance use is a problem, violence is a problem, deviant behavior is a problem, but actual fact, out of the bigger demographic dividend, 95% of them do not have any disease, do not have any mental health problem. They are getting into those problems because of the way these things changes. So we went to youth, talked to them about what are all their issues. They listed out about 121 issues which needs to be addressed with our program. Then we categorize these 121 issues into just 6 major categories. One, health and lifestyle issues, wherein all these tobaccos, smoking, chewing, alcohol, substance use, all these comes, body image perceptions comes, obesity comes, tall, short kind of a thing comes. All these are not disease, but which are things which affect somebody's psyche or mental health. Health and lifestyle was one issue. Second was education and career issues which the youth have. Education issues, very, wherever you go in this world, there are only 4 issues with education. One is issues with concentration, issues with memory, issues with basic knowledge, issues with time management. If you handle this, it will be fine. Yeah, I'll be ending this. So this way, what we did was, we started these Yuva Kendras, or guidance centers across Karnataka within the district stadiums, wherein trained youth actually provide guidance and services for any of these issues. Any youth with any issue will have access to these guidance services. The problem was, we had this only at the district centers. To make this outreach better, we started what is called as Life Skills and Counseling Services Training Program for all the faculty within the colleges and institutions and universities. Across Karnataka, today we have trained around 4,000 such people who are there in the community who can support youth for these guidance and counseling issues, and established an up and spoke model so that there is a safety net. So again, we have also organized a tele-counseling services. We have also organized what is called as Yuva Kanaja, a website which is a repository of all government schemes and programs. You will be surprised, across 56 departments, corporations and boards of the government of Karnataka, there are 540 schemes and programs which can be utilized by youth, which is there as the repository within a website which is called yuvakanaja.in. So this is how we kind of established a safety net, and through that they can access our services. It is basically guidance and counseling services. One thing which we kept in mind is the stigma and discrimination associated with our mental health problems and guidance and counseling. That is why we established this guidance and counseling centers in district stadiums. So,
Dr. Pradeep, I think we are running out of time
I'll just
now.
end last. So my dear young friends, this is one program which can be showcased as a program to develop a psychological safety net for the youth of all G20 countries, which can be taken up through the government of India, and we as India can lead the way, because we have the largest demographic dividend of youth across the globe, and that is where we stand a chance to actually develop this psychological safety net across G20 countries. And I end this up, and later on we can have the question and answer session and have the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Now I request Dr. Pankaj. Please stick to the time. Yeah, please start. Yeah.
Very good morning. So, can you raise your hand? Wow, see. So I can assume that all of you are aware of artificial intelligence and machine learning, right? Yes or no? So have you heard this word called big data? So it is impacting all different parts of our life, right? Starting from morning to the night, we go to the bed. Now, how the big data and artificial intelligence, machine learning is impacting the modern healthcare practice. I'm going to tell you briefly about that. A new concept is emerging. So basically, the focus of my brief talk is systems medicine, future of healthcare in the age of big data. What do you mean by system? System is a integrated part of multiple components. You have been hearing about holistic management of health, right? So health is not about like a disease of an organ or something like that. It's about our body is all about molecules, organs, how we interact with the environment, how we interact with other people. So when we want to manage health status in a more holistic way, we have to consider everything together and bring every perspective into a single model. That means we have to consider the data that we collect by different scientific or clinical examinations into common platform and try to understand how it is impacting your health, what is causing the disease, how we can identify the cause of the disease, and how we can mitigate those things. So for integrating these kind of different types of data, now the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning is evolving as one of the most important used technologies in health and well-being. Okay, so now, when we talk about systems medicine, it is about something called personalized and precision medicine. Every one of us are unique. So the way that we respond to one therapy, it may differ from one to another. The way that someone was responding to the COVID was different from the others. That already proves that we are different. Now using genetic, genomic technologies, we can identify which gene is causing what disease. But there are personal level differences, there are population level differences, there are demographic level differences. So when we want to bring all these together, we need data, we need information, we need scientific knowledge from all different parts of the world together. And all this infrastructure, that data, what we call big data, is a big opportunity as well as a big challenge. Because one is the privacy preservation, another one is the security, data security. Data is a boon, but equally it is sometimes it can be very much dangerous. So how we, as a young scientist, as a young people representing the new, emerging technologies, how we can use big data for utilizing in a much beneficial way for the betterment of the society in healthcare and well-being. So I would like to tell what government of India has been doing. Already our Dr. Dhaka has said that government of India is taking different initiatives. I can name a few: National Artificial Intelligence Mission, National Health Tech, National Digital Health Mission, National Biopharma Mission. This is about entrepreneurship in the medical sector. Then there is basically the Innovate in India IT program, Genome India program, and Biotech Industry Partnership program, and different things. So already, I know that these kind of things are already happening in other parts of the world also, but how can we bring all this together and we can, contribute to the health and well-being of the entire world? With this, my recommendation is that we need more collaborations and cooperations between nations. We as young leaders, we can take this initiative for sharing resources, sharing data, expertise. Through collaboration, it can reduce cost and facilitate the development and implementations of these kind of new innovative health technologies. So why? Because also in our ongoing G20 presidency, India has taken the lead in striving for equitable access to healthcare. India's young talent pool has already shown the revolutionary contribution to the information technology. Do you agree on that? Yes? So I would like to conclude this with one of the, which I really like, one of our ex-leaders, one of our ex-prime minister, late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. nearly 20 to 25 years ago, he used to frequently say, IT is in information technology, which is India today. He said 20 to 25 years ago. And BT is biotechnology, which is Bharat tomorrow. And I can proudly say that under the able leadership of our current Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, now this IT and BT is coming together. There is a wedding, you know. And now the India is emerging as a leading, leader in the field of use of information technology, artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning in the health and technology industries, for contributing not only to the nation of our India, but to the entire world, how we can contribute to the health and well-being of the human society. With this, I conclude this remark, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. I now request Dr. Kalpana.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Kalpana Nagpal. As introduced already, I'm working on the nano formulation development for betterment of medicines. And for today's talk, I shall be focusing mainly on how to make all the medicines that we are developing affordable and accessible to the common people. So, directly coming to the issue, it's for health and well-being of citizen of nation, how we can harmonize the supply of medicines, vaccines, and other healthcare services for equity, transparency, and inclusivity, especially at geographically difficult locations. Also, affordability of medical services to everyone is another issue, especially in the economically weaker sections. Once they are available, their proper use and implementation is again very, very important, where training is an integral component. That too should avoid self-medication itself. So my recommendations are to improve the quality of care and to lower down the cost of healthcare. Development of digital healthcare system is the boon. Also, if we develop an effective tool in the form of a policy framework, it is highly recommended for the strategic implementation of transparent, inclusive, outcome-oriented, and affordable healthcare system, which is useful for the entire population. So I shall be discussing the strategies that India is utilizing to make healthcare services accessible to all at affordable prices. I'll be discussing about the success stories that we followed during COVID-19 pandemic times. So health digitization is very crucial for real-time tracking, for effective availability of healthcare resources, communication and collaboration among the healthcare providers, because if it is not done well, we'll not be able to get the useful information and healthcare facilities. With this tool, the required task for being better diagnostics, quicker epidemiology for the drug discovery, and contact tracing are possible in comparatively lesser time. We can learn from experiences during COVID-19. The best among them is the app, the COVIN, that is the vaccine intelligence system that was developed by India. So in the country like India, where decentralized public health management, geographical diversity in the climatic and transport conditions, the major challenge was delivery of vaccine to every nook and corner of the country under specified storage conditions of vaccine. And one of this platform, COVIN, was so well designed that almost every citizen was capable to easily book an appointment for vaccine at the very near and convenient vaccination center to them. Registered user, they were receiving automatic text messages on their registered mobile number regarding the vaccination appointment, the second dose, the precaution dose reminders, and linked to the digital vaccination certificates also. For the effective delivery of vaccine to the remote locations of India, like the Northeast and Nicobar Island region, the indigenously developed drones were used to deliver the vaccines covering over 31 kilometer in less than 15 minutes, which usually take around 3 to 4 hours. This way, the key features of India's vaccination drive was its speed of administration, the transparency, equity, and inclusiveness. The welcome addition to this was that the Indian citizens were capable to print the digital certificate of vaccination as compared to most of the developed countries where tiny chits were being issued as a vaccination certificate. Also, in Indian National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, NPPA, regulates the prices of essential drugs and implants. The NPPA sets a ceiling price and a retail price for essential formulations, and to date, the prices of 886 formulations have been capped, including anti-tubercular, antiretroviral, and anti-cancer drugs, and drugs which are used for the management of diabetes and cardiovascular ailments. The regulation of price of drugs, the coronary stents, the knee implants, and other medical equipments has resulted in net saving of approximately 12.5 crore rupees per annum to the patients. That was the success story.
Dr. Kalpana, if you can highlight your research little bit.
Yeah. So another milestone was the Jan Aushadhi Kendra with better affordability of healthcare products is by providing the quality generic medicines at affordable prices. So at our lab, we are trying to reduce the cost of the medication by developing the cost-effective part of it, and at the same time, we are improving the quality of the medications also. And till now, more than 9,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendras are operational across the country, and as per records, these Kendras has resulted in saving of rupees 5,000 crores to the patient in the last financial year. So looking forward to the possible solutions, the international collaboration will make possible to collectively handle the health risk which cannot be handled independently, especially under those conditions which are quite changing climatically also. So such partnership, I'm just concluding. Such partnerships will open the option to share the knowledge and experiences which speed up learning and drives instant progress globally with mutual interests. Also, healthcare-related issues are mostly global, as we have witnessed during COVID times also, and therefore solutions has to be global also, wherein we can join hands together to come up with better infrastructure, especially for countries who are still struggling for it, and by this way, we shall be getting better and diverse population data in case of digital tech-based healthcare, and certainly collaboration will be fundamental and integral component of health research and innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalpana. Now I request Dr. Dheeraj.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, my dear brothers and sisters from different parts of the world. We, as a planet, have just recovered from a very big pandemic which hit almost every country, the COVID-19. And the second pandemic may be just around the corner, right? We have been looking at the stories of new hotspots of different viruses and pathogens emerging. And COVID taught a very big lesson. One is that many times we have been ignoring the health diagnosis. Like even though many of us who have been working, youth, the sports athletes, right, those who are doing exercise, or people in IT, students, many times we don't realize small changes in the health, they go undiagnosed and later on result into severe issues, right? Even after the COVID vaccines and some of the side effects we have witnessed that people in the youth are getting cardiac attacks, high blood pressure, neuroscience-related diseases, so on and so forth. Now this raises the question that can we come up with the preparedness for the next upcoming diseases and pandemics, right? And that tells us that there's a need for integrated multiple diagnosis kits, or it's called as a multiplex diagnosis. As somebody said, that we are all unique. Like some person responds to medicines one way, other responds in another way. How do we do that? And the idea is to develop simple, cost-effective point-of-care diagnostic devices. Now, where do we look for that? Like, of course, there is big data. All these things are helping us. The answer lies in the organic materials and nanotechnology. Like, if we use the nanotechnology approaches to develop better diagnostic kits by which we can develop simple paper-based devices, like we all used the COVID test, right? If there is a pink color, you are COVID positive. There is no change in the color, you are COVID negative. can we apply this kind of strategy or the traffic lights, red and green, to multiple parameters like your blood pressure, heartbeat, hormones? Many of the people are suffering from hormones, insulin, diabetes, so on and so forth. That kind of approaches of developing the devices would give us much, much better control over our health continuum. We people, like even those who are staying in the remote areas, those who do not have access to the hospitals and the healthcare systems, they can check their own parameters at their own homes or at their own offices or wherever they are and develop and then monitor their parameters essentially. So that is one of the biggest issues, that how do we develop technology for the monitoring of the healthcare parameters. And the solutions, as I mentioned, if you look at different nanotechnology-based devices which are coming up, especially here in India, what we are doing is we are using in my laboratory, and one of the companies where I am associated with, is we are using organic nanomaterials. Like imagine the farm, the agriculture refuse that is being produced. We have like kilograms and kilograms, tons of the materials which is lying unused, the agricultural refuse, the food which is wasted. Imagine if we could use that and develop some useful material out of it, the nano devices with therapeutics and diagnostic properties that can help us to develop very, very cost-effective nano devices in large quantities, which can be provided to all the nooks and corners of not only in India, but to all the countries. So this is one of the recommendations from my side. And the idea is, why do we need international collaborations? As I said, that of course the answer lies in the technology, but we alone cannot do it. Like we need the support of engineers, entrepreneurs, medical doctors, clinical trials, and we also need support from different localities, different continents, different countries, where we can do some of those studies in a very, very integrated manner. And also we will need support from the government to take these initiatives at a larger scale to monitor the healthcare continuum at the global level, which is one of the themes of the G20, the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one health, one planet, one family, and one health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dheeraj, for being on time. Now I request Dr. Rigjin.
Hello. Very good afternoon. A very good afternoon to all. Today I am going to speak about Savarikpa, traditional medical system of India. As we know, this Savarikpa literally means the science of healing, and it is mostly being practiced in the Himalaya regions of India. And if we talk about other countries where it's being practiced, such as the Mongolia, Bhutan, Nepal, and some part of Central Asia is still practicing the Savarikpa system of medicine. In India, it is mostly being practiced in the Himalaya regions like Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, Sikkim, Himachal Pradesh, West Bengal, and Arunachal Pradesh, etc. Before 2010, the Savarikpa was very known to a little community. Though community belongs to the tribal area or some kind of this hilly areas. It was in 2010 when the Savarikpa got opportunity, when government of India has recognized the Savarikpa system of medicine as a part of Indian system of medicine. Under the strategy of mainstream of this Ayush, Savarikpa facilities are now being also set up in the many CSCs, PSCs, and district hospitals around the Ladakh under the National Health Mission. In 2019, the Union Cabinet, under the chairmanship of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Cabinet has approved the establishment of National Institute of Savarikpa in Leh. And also in 2021, University Grant Commission has recognized the Bachelor of Savarikpa Medicine as a new degree under the Medicine and Surgery, Ayurveda, Unani, Homeopathy, Health and Allied Science, Pharmacy, Paramedical, and Nursing. After it got recognitions, it became a valid degree in Indian system of medicine education. Now many youth from all over the India and also from across the world can study Savarikpa system in India. And my recommendation here is, in the context of recognition, if there is some traditional medical knowledge which has not been recognized, which has not been incorporated into the education system, and which has not been incorporated into the healthcare system, I think those medical tradition systems should be identified, and the respected nations should provide appropriate support should be given to them in respect of development, in respect of recognition, in respect of research. And my second recommendation that I think important is the exchange of traditional medical knowledge exchange program. Countries, there are lots of countries having their own sort of unique features of traditional knowledge, which can have the other countries also. Such healthcare must be shared between the nature. For example, yoga. India has given a yoga tradition to the world. Today, many of the peoples around the world are getting benefits from the yoga. Likewise, there are many therapies which is not identified. And also there are therapies which I think we should exchange. There is acupuncture therapies, acupressure therapies, moxibustion, detoxification therapies, hydrotherapies, and many more. Such education, such traditional knowledge should be shared between the nations, even in terms of more of some collaboration, even in terms of some of the conference, we should such knowledge to each other. As we all know that sharing is a mode of caring, so I think sharing of traditional knowledge through conference or other mode of collaboration, together we all can create a better healthcare system and a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rigjan. Now I request Dr. Shalini.
Yes, check. Okay, Chule, boa tarde, tudo bem? Sat Sri Akal, Adab, Namaste, hello to all the respected senior members from the different organizations. Hello to all dynamic young friends from G20 countries. I feel so fortunate to be here amongst all these young scientists. Our Prime Minister Modi ji has brought us, only he can do such things, all G20 countries under one platform. So thank you so much all the organizers who have given me this opportunity. I am here to talk about the traditional grains, not only just from India, but from the world, which have been forgotten. So millets. I'm so happy that during the tea break, how many of you have eaten the millets? And did you like them? I hope that now more and more hands will raise later on when you will eat such recipes. So millets are not just sustainable, but they are abundant in nutrients. They are sustainable because they meet the 3 top SDGs, SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, and even SDG 13. So if we want to be sustainable, the 17 interlinked sustainable development goals for peace, prosperity, health and well-being. If we want to meet those top 3 and the 13th one, we have to start eating the millets. India is unfortunately becoming a capital country for diabetic, cardiovascular diseases, obesity. And these diseases are emperor of all other diseases in the human health. Change in lifestyle, dietary habits, industrialization, lack of exercise, lack of meditation, all these has resulted in increasing the burden of undernutrition, overnutrition, and result is several diseases. I would like to tell you friends here, before 1967, India did not have wheat, rice, or any of these grains. We only ate the traditional grains like millets and millet-based traditional recipes. But then later on, due to white and green revolution, we've started eating so-called the modern food, and that is maybe one of the reasons that the entire country is becoming sick. We are number 1 in many diseases, including the diabetic. So possible solution I would like to bring here is millets. So millets are 2 types, major millets, minor millets. So basically in my research group, we work on millets bed. So have you heard about a word called as a dynamite comes in small packages? Likewise, these minor millets, although they are in very small size, they are abundant in nutrients. Be it minerals, be it vitamins, be it dietary fiber, you will see that all these nutrients are present in these minor millets. Examples, kodo, foxtail, barnyard. I'm sure you must have forgotten all these grains. I couldn't get an opportunity to show the pictures because of lack of time, because I have only 5 minutes. And in the 5 minutes, I have to convince all of you that you must start eating millets. And I'm sure after my talk, out of these 20 countries, even 5 countries come forward and say, okay, we accept the millets and start eating. I think my talk is successful. So millet contains dietary fibers, both soluble, also insoluble dietary fiber. So dietary fiber also called as a prebiotic. So nowadays we heard a terminology called as a probiotic. Very expensive products that you see the industries bring, which are not affordable to us. But these millets are so cheap, but abundant in these prebiotic. So prebiotic is a food for probiotic. Probiotics are the healthy gut microbiota. So if you have a good number of healthy gut microbiota, what happens? A series of good health benefits. It prevents colon cancer, it builds the immunity, it also helps to contribute to the bulk, to the stool, and thus prevents especially the colon cancer. So there are several health benefits. The very important vitamin that is not present in many of the food products, that is niacin, which generally you see many food products are fortified with these vitamins. So that also present in these millets. So in our laboratory, we have worked on several millet-based recipes and also tried to standardize those traditional recipes. For those recipes, the ingredients, their nutritional characterization, and their health promoting effect were lost with the time. So we work on traditional food product, and I feel very fortunate that even though traditional knowledge is, very important in India, we are forgetting, but the young scientists like us are trying to discover and bring those traditional knowledge in front of all of you. So we have documented, if you are interested, we have worked on several, almost 50, different products, but that are all traditional one, like khakra, dhokla, yogurt, like we call it as a curd or dahi, the drinks, multigrain drinks, ambali, which is a fermented drink from Maharashtra. So several recipes like thalipeeth, several recipes like flatbreads, chapatis, parathas, fulkas have been developed using the millets. And today you could see also the modern recipes, because young generation like cakes, cookies, burgers, and pizza. We have also made an effort to, I have done with. So I'm so happy that India's proposal to the UNDG for declaring 2023 as an International Millet Year was accepted, and I'm so thankful to my dear friend countries who supported us, and that itself shows that India is a leader, India has the power to serve the entire world by supplying the millets and bringing the health and well-being. I would like to thank you, and Jai Millets, Jai Hind. Thank you.
So let me thank all my speakers in the panel. Now the session is open for discussion, interaction. I request, please raise your hand if you have any question or comment or suggestion. We'll bring the mic to you. Yeah, I can see one over there.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for all your talks and across the theme of things across artificial intelligence and traditional medicine and nutrition. My question is about the role of the scientific method in bringing these ideas and making them international. So, for example, in the theme of artificial intelligence, I recently wrote a paper which was published in Nature about the role of artificial intelligence in health system strengthening in low middle income countries. In that paper, we found 40 randomized control trials and cross-sectional studies in total, of which only 1 was from India, and there were 10 from China. Now, there's lots of proof of concept work happening and prospective studies that are being published, but there's very few papers that we found which were actual implementations of these ideas. And I wanted to know, is there anything ongoing right now in this field that you can talk about? And likewise with the traditional medicine, I think there's a real role for traditional medicine in modern medicine as well. I was in Nigeria doing a healthcare project a few years ago, and there's a practice there of male circumcision to prevent HIV/AIDS transmission, which at the time was not seen as favorable by the evidence-based medicine sort of general committee. But that consensus changed after they did randomized control trials and found that actually male circumcision, which was used in the traditional sense in Nigeria, was a major factor in reducing the rate of spread of HIV. So I think there's a role for these things to be implemented into these international consensuses using the scientific method, which is very open to lots of different perspectives. So I'd love to hear about any kind of ongoing projects in using that scientific method to prove their efficacy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Pankaj, you can address me.
It's an excellent observation. I had that point to be included, but because of lack of time. Of course, that is what I said, that every individual is different and every population is different. So the same drug, same method, same treatment strategy may not work. Forget about populations, may not work for the person sitting to you next to you, right? So as you said, that many of the ongoing advanced medicine systems, for example, systems medicine, many of you might have heard about immunotherapy, right? Most of these clinical trials are ongoing also, I think Dr. Pradeep will agree, in the Western countries. So most of those, randomized, cohort-based studies also need to be conducted across different populations, first of all, in the clinical level. But even before coming to the clinical trials, we also need to collect, population level data, where sharing of data, clinical data, among different countries will play a crucial role. And therefore, we need more and more flexible data sharing agreements across different nations and also different research organizations. And I think there are also here representatives from WHO and all the organizations. So they can actually facilitate, I think, for example, tuberculosis. As you were asking about, is something happening? For tuberculosis, there is an excellent example where India is showing that kind of thing. I can tell you another one example, that is called International Cancer Genome Consortium, where I was one of the parts. They are actually minimum 57 countries all across the world. They come together, they formed one consortium to understand different types of cancers across the globe. So like that, I think more and more this kind of international consortium in health and well-being is required, as you have correctly pointed out. That is my response to your...
Thank you, Pankaj. I think let's take more questions, from there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Yuri Okura from Japan. Thank you very much for a very insightful discussion. I got so many takeaways. So I have done research on how we can develop innovative medical device back home. And I believe that two elements should be required in terms of policy proposals. So first thing is that we need to have really good platform to connect founders, entrepreneurs, and also good engineers, and also clinicians, and also the person who has very deep understanding in business. As for the medical device development, those three elements should be required. And on the next step, the regulation should be required in terms of regulation will be barrier for innovative healthcare development, as some of you already mentioned. And when I see India, I'm very impressed that telemedicine is widely used. And from my perspective, it seems very open for new technology in medical field. So my question is that, do you have any opinions on how regulation should be updated to lead or encourage more innovative medical device or more innovative vaccine medication systems?
Yeah, I request Dr. Deep.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. And we didn't have time to show some of the success stories. What now in India we are doing is we are bringing the technology, let's say the School of Engineering and Technology, close to the School of Medical Sciences. So we have the IITs, which is the Indian Institute of Technologies, where we develop, let's say, a device. But whether that device will work in the patient or not, or in the animal trials, we have institutes like All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And now and most of the IITs or big tech institutes have innovation parks or the research centers where we have entrepreneurs, where the companies are incubated right in the company itself. Like my own company is incubated in my own lab. And then now the government is coming with joint programs where you have one partner from technology, one medical doctor. so that you have an integrated approach. One person develops technology, one person does the medical trials, and then it goes to the higher authorities, whether these are available, feasible or not, to take it to the proper device. Yes, absolutely. The Department of Biotechnology, BIRAC, is one of the biggest role player in this. And there are dedicated grants available where you bring the doctors and engineers together to work for it.
Exactly. I would also like to mention that in fact we started hiring joint faculties. So like the faculty in IIT is also a faculty in All India Medical Science Institute. So they are collaborating and working together. So that way we are contributing. So now we can take the next question. Yeah.
Can I just add one thing? What is missing is, it's all in India. Maybe it should be India, Japan, or India, UK, India, France, India, other countries. That would be even...
No, those initiatives are also there. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, July to everyone. My name is Tundub Nurbu. I'm an elected councillor here in Leh, represent the largest constituency of Ladakh, and I'm a president of Leh Youth Congress. So my question is regarding the mental health. It's a question with recommendation. Before entering into politics, I was with a NGO called International Fellowship of Buddhist Youth, where we deal with this mental illness and all that. Though this is not my profession, but observing, asking our youth why you get depressed, why you are having these issues. A very common issue is breakup. Somebody broke with a girl, got into depressed. Either vice versa, same case with the girl. Most of the cases, the suffering is because of your mental desire, and the biggest desire for both boys and girls as a human is the sex. In India, some data says that India has a biggest industry for adult toys, or to be precise, sex toys. But talking about sex, it's a big taboo in India. So why we are not talking such? Why we are not educating youth about what is sex? Considering it to be a dirt is not the way we move forward. So I would like to recommend, and a question like, why we are not talking about such education in school, institution, in public places, since in your talk you just mentioned about alcohol and cigarette, not about this desire. My second question too is regarding the nutrition. Ladakh is situated at 12,000 feet, and from last many years I have observed that many Ladakhi people are getting sick to stomach cancer. The International Journal for Cancer and Treatment, their data for 10 years observation is, they found 444 cancer patients in last 10 years in just one district. The population is 150, and we are having this 444 cases. But many are still we're not able to diagnose here in Leh itself. And so my question is, what kind of impact is by consuming frozen food, frozen chicken, frozen mutton, frozen vegetables? As in Ladakh, we consume a lot of it because for nearly 4 to 5 months, we are cut out from rest of the country. So fresh eatable things are not easily able. The vegetables that the administration brought recently for the G20 program, how they brought, we have seen the challenges. So just a question like, what impact are going to have by having frozen food and all that? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So I request Dr. Salini, briefly please explain.
Thank you so much for
Please be very brief.
asking this very wonderful question. Addressing your first question, that question which talks about frozen food. In the olden days, people never eat frozen food products. Only fresh food products were available. But now, with the change in lifestyle, you have all started eating frozen food products. And then after taking out those frozen food products, it is scientifically proven that compared to the fresh, especially the non-vegetarian food products like chicken, meat, because they contain a lot of nutrients, they are also most favorable food for the microorganism also. So a lot of biochemical changes occurs during freezing itself. And when you heat, nowadays the processing techniques are also changed. So you heat it at a very high temperature, maybe frying. So there are a lot of carcinogenic food products, carcinogenic compounds that are formed, free radicals that are formed, so which are carcinogenic in nature because the chicken and meat products contains proteins. When they come in contact with these toxic compounds, during frying or heating, free radicals are formed. So those free radicals contributes to the formation of carcinogenic agents, and that's the reason it causes cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, thank you. Let's take more questions, and I request, please be very brief.
Mental health question
I
was
think
also there.
Please. No, I think let's have more questions from international delegates. We'll discuss more. We are available during the lunchtime. Yeah, please be very brief and ask your question. Yeah.
I'll keep my question brief. Hi, everyone. My name is Rowan. I'm part of the Australian delegation. I'm here for the peace building track, but by way of background, I work in medical negligence litigation. So my question today is, autonomy is a central aspect and value in Western medicine and ethics, but the role that medicine plays in relation to a patient's autonomy is somewhat obscure. So should patients be allowed to make their own decisions about their treatment, particularly when it comes to the significance and effectiveness of Eastern medicine?
Thank you. Pankaj, you.
So I think certainly, I mean, that is why, I can give you the example of Indian medicine system. Earlier it was mostly, modern medical system, like what modern, I mean, again, I'm saying, what we call modern system. It exists for last, maybe like for 150 or 200 years. But if you see the traditional knowledge, say Ayurveda, is more than 6,000 years old. So it was been neglected. But now, as an example, the government of India has given, like, for any health benefit, the public health benefit, now you can go to any clinic, you can avail even like Ayurveda, homeopathy, Unani, and what the new kind of tradition. So already the government have started, giving the option to the patient, which one you want to choose. And regarding any other kind of, as you were talking about the word ethics, I think this is very important. Every patient has their right. And that is why I was saying about, as the patient data, whether you want to go for a specific sharing of your data, participate for betterment of the treatment in the next phase. So you have the choice to choose whether you want to participate or not. And accordingly, if someone wants to participate in any kind of clinical trial, then they have to be explained about entire thing in a layman's language, like these are things going to happen, whether you want to agree to these points or not. So accordingly, with their written consent only, they are being included in any kind of clinical trials.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pankaj. There.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, can anyone hear me?
Okay.
No. Yep. So, my name is Alexander Titus. I'm a delegate from Australia. I'm not a health student or anything like that. I don't have experience, but I'm a law student. And with regards to the kind of data that you're collecting, big data, nanotechnology, there's evidently going to be a lot of sensitive and personal data that's going to be collected. So, I apologize if this is outside of everyone's experience, but how will we protect people's privacy, people's data and sensitive information, and how will this how will we ensure that vulnerable communities are safeguarded with such collections? So, yeah, thank you.
So, who would like to take? Yeah, I think Dr.
That is why I have actually briefly mentioned about that big data is a big opportunity as well as big challenge in terms of privacy preservation. And that is why, so about, say I give you one simple example. The things are being evolving, our technology is helping. You know about Bitcoin? Yes or no? Yeah. Which technology is used for Bitcoin? Cryptocurrency? So blockchain technology? So it is actually going to one of those, cryptographic methods. So now even those kind of technologies which are used in other domains are now being imported to the medical science, so that the data identity can be anonymized, so that the patient's identity is not revealed. But still, we can retain the information which is present in the data. One of the examples, even I'm working with the clinicians, how we can use mobile telephones. From a clinics, say example, a pathologist is traveling, So immediately he needs to get a decision. So how from the technician can send a report over the 4G, 5G technology network, and he can actually make a decision. So we have shown that using blockchain technology, we can still protect the privacy of those patients. So these kind of technologies are evolving now.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. I think we can take 2 more questions, one from here. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, thank you for this opportunity. I'm from Argentina, and in Argentina there's a comprehensive sexual education law which allows not only to learn about sexually transmitted diseases, but also to prevent child sexual abuse. What do you think of these legislative tools on prevention? The law was highly resisted by religious sectors because they considered it could corrupt the minds of minors, but in reality, it has tendency in reducing unwanted adolescent pregnancies. So what do you think about these measures that allows to start speaking about sexuality, not as a taboo topic, but as a health, public things that we should consider? Thank you.
Yeah, I request Dr. Pradeep.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll answer both your question as well as the question of our counselor. See, every culture, every society has a different norm, different cultural taboo, societal norm, things like that. So legality is one aspect of it. India also has legalities related to child sexual abuse and things like that. And it is a democratic process by which a law is enforced or law is brought into force. So that's the way even India works on, and that's the way it is built on consensus. It is built on demand from the community. That's how it works. And it need not be forced. It can be enforced over time. But the primary way to handle all this is what we call promotion or health promotion to prevent it. So when why we're talking to the question on why we don't talk sex, we do. We had traditionally these larger Indian societies and families where there were informal networks within the family who used to talk about all these, and the message used to be passed on. So there are certain boundaries which are set. There are certain platforms which were there already. Now with the disintegration of these families, there needs to be platforms created for such things. Yuvaspandana is one such platform. Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram is one such platform. Adolescent reproductive and sexual health clinics are one such platform where you can talk. Because that is something which is very private, which needs to be privately discussed, and that's how it needs to be taken. Otherwise, talking everywhere about sex, relationships and things becomes health propaganda rather than health promotion. Emotional support and other things can also be part of these platforms where it is primarily counseling, primarily guidance, and 1 minute, I'll just finish. So that way, I think we need to create platforms across places and create accessibility and affordability for such things and take this forward. That is how private things have to be dealt, sensitive things have to be dealt, because it also comes with certain amount of religiousness, cultural, spiritual sense. Also there are political angles and community angles which needs to be considered by a system as such. A nation, a community, a family, a society has to take ownership at the end. Otherwise, no law enforced and no rule enforced will come into effect or will be utilized properly. Hope we have answered this question.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. The next question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Marwan Margomba from Nigeria. My question is basically based on the what WHO published last year about cervical cancer. They published that about cervical cancer is the 4th most common cancer among women globally, with estimated of 604,000 new cases. and 342 deaths in 2020. And about 90% of these cases are new deaths worldwide in 2020 occurred in the middle and low-income countries. Basically, Africa is the region where I've come from, and then this is a very concerning for me. And I remember last year at the Commonwealth Head of Government meeting, they declared a commitment to elimination of cervical cancer. So I wanted to ask if there is any commitment, basically ahead of the G20 summit here in India for cervical cancer, basically because most especially with specific priority to vaccination and screening among the youth, among the students, in the basic schools, and then how do we capture this population and how do we give this commitment to ensure there are more vaccinations and there are more awareness of this, emerging issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Yeah. Please be very brief.
Thank you. That's a very important question. In India, there is a commitment. HPV is part of the immunization program now, HPV vaccine. There is also adolescent reproductive and sexual health program where there is awareness and other things created. And there is a drive for early screening of cervical cancer also through the reproductive and maternal, neonatal, child health and adolescent plus program within the country, and that is where the commitment of India is. And I think all the WHO member countries are kind of getting into this, and with the examples of other countries, also from the African countries, we have got this HPV vaccination, early screening, appropriate treatment, and we are also focused on eliminating cervical cancer because that is one of the cancers which is potentially eliminable, what we can call. So that's the commitment India has, and I am sure there are many countries. US has, UK also has, and many countries I am aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. As we are running out of time, really, and we don't want to be between you and the lunch.
Can I just
So
have
the
one
last
question?
I think whoever is having the mic, the last one there,
I've
yeah,
had it for
who's
a
standing?
while. I've had it for a while.
We don't want to be between you and lunch. So, and we are available today, tomorrow, and we will be more than happy to discuss more
Very quick
during that
question.
time.
Thanks.
Okay, last two, one and one. Okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to touch on the point about patient agency as well as patient privacy and data, and ask a question around if there's any work happening on patients as partners in care and dismantling the hierarchy that has existed traditionally between provider and person living with a condition. There's often a dismissal of lived experience, cultural wisdom, and the fact that the patient is the expert in their own body. They might not be the expert in all the treatments for their body. But do you have examples where patients are partners in their care and that experience is valued equally on the decision-making field? And the same way, has that shown up at all in digital privacy? And what I mean is, you touched a lot about digital privacy of your data not being shared with anybody else. But we should have the right to our own data as much as anybody else has the right to our own data. And often in discourse about health privacy and data, we don't touch on the fact that for the most vulnerable communities, our health data is weaponized against us and we still don't have access to our own files. So I'd love to know if you're doing any work in that patient partnerships piece and patient access to their own medical data.
Thank you. I request Dr. Dheeraj.
Yes, absolutely. We are working at, all at the national level, at the states levels. That now, like I'll just take one example: autism. Let's say there is a disease, autism, and what doctors do is they will never share your data with anybody else. But what they will do is like they will make a community. So let's say there are people who have autisms, like they can share their knowledge or their feedback with each other and help. And there are counselors nowadays. Like every hospital is now coming up at the city level, at the town level, where we provide counseling. And that's where the societies like India's are also coming in picture, where our job, the Indian National Science Academy or Indian National Young Associate of Science, we create awareness. We go into villages, like absolutely somebody said, like talking about sex is not a problem. We should create a proper awareness. There are laws in place, even for the data, the medical data. The doctors will never share. There are the policies in place, and we will help. The doctors, the hospitals will help to create a small community. If there are breast cancer people, if there are cervical cancer people, autism, where they can kind of share their feedbacks and come up with integrated solutions, both from the doctor's side and the patient side.
Thank you, Dheeraj. I request Dr. Pradeep to briefly mention.
Yeah, being in healthcare and a medical doctor myself, with the patient partnership, what we call, Government of India and ICMR, the Indian Council for Medical Research, is coming up with grant opportunities where persons with lived experience is part of the investigator group. That is number one. Number two, in terms of digital management, data sharing and other things, there is a board created which is called a community advisory board, where community means people with lived experience. We don't call them patients. People with lived experience, they are part of the board and they are part of the decision-making process at every stage of both doing research and also part of implementation. They are the primary stakeholders, and there is a proposal where they are called, they may be asked to be the vetoing members for a decision made by the committee also, as they do with the ethical committees. But that's not yet in force, but there is a advocacy going on for that.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. I think we can take last question. Yeah.
Thank you very much for letting me ask the last question. I think that beyond the topic of sexual health, we didn't really discuss the topic of women health, as like lots of like worldwide studies proved like the benefits of having a gender-based approach on the topic of health, especially in terms of social cohesion, of empowerment of our people in all the G20 countries. So I have maybe a precise question on menstrual protection access, especially for young women, as we are in the Youth-20. So how do you think we can ensure better access to menstrual protection, especially in rural areas all over the G20 countries? Thank you.
I would like to answer this
Yeah,
question.
Dr. Kalpana.
Dr.
Kalpana,
so
please.
the progress of women can be measured how women participation. So today in Mr. LG sir's talk, you have seen how women are empowered in this small part like Leh. So you can imagine in the entire country, in Indian country, women are empowered a lot. You can see on this dais itself, there are 3 women represented. So even for menstruation, there is a lot of awareness being spread in entire country about the menstruation hygiene. There are several organizations and NGOs are working to provide those menstruation pad and the cleanliness, hygiene, and even related to the cervical cancer, because in the olden days, women used those cotton clothes. So that was also one of the reasons causing, contamination and infection. So there is a lot of awareness being spread in the school at a very early age.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Salini. I think let's stop here. We are really running out of time, so I request my colleague, Dr. Saranjit. Let's stop now. So we will be there during the lunch time and today, tomorrow to discuss more things. Yeah, there will be more technical sessions. So yeah, Dr. Saranjit.
Bonjour, ça va bien? Bien. So to conclude our session on health and well-being, I, Dr. Sharanjit Dhawan, Assistant Professor, University of Ladakh and member in YAS, on behalf of the team in YAS, acknowledge Ministry of Youth Affairs, especially Honorable Secretary Madam Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Director Pankaj Kumar Singh ji, for giving us this wonderful opportunity to discuss health and well-being for youth. We also thank our other officials of Ministry of Youth Affairs for supporting us in all the other arrangements, and my special thanks to the organizers, technical team, administration Leh Ladakh, and all those who helped us for their valuable support. And moreover, all the INYAS members are available for the rest of the conference for discussions and collaborations, so please don't lose heart who couldn't discuss their points. And one more important announcement is there that lunch is available at respective hotels, so there is transfer of delegates to the respective places of stay of lunch. So thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am, for making my job easier. So, as ma'am just said, so we had a meaningful and constructive session on health and well-being, the Indian perspective by Indian National Young Academy of Science. Thank you so much, all our panelists and moderator, Dr. Rajendra S. Dhakaji. So, as ma'am just said, with this we conclude our inaugural session, but yes, of course, now we have a lunch break. But I just want to share with you that after the lunch break, on the other side, we have 5 parallel technical sessions. So I just want to share a few details about that. We'll have peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war, a future of work, industry 4.0, innovation and 21st century skills, and also the climate change, the health, well-being and sports, an agenda for youth. These 3 sessions will be conducted in the Grand Dragon, and 2 sessions, that is shared future, youth in democracy and governance, and climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. These 2 sessions will be held at Hotel Zen. So you all are invited there. And for lunch, as ma'am just said, so you are requested to please join at your respective places of stay. Thank you so much for now. Thank you for joining in for this session. Thank you once again. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.